And we're live.
Yay!
Yay! So good to be here again. Thank you, Mel, for doing this again with me. So hi, everyone. We are here to do some live reading sprints. I have been so mad about reading sprints lately. I feel like I don't know how I ever read without reading sprints. I don't know about you, Mel, but I love reading sprints, and I so love doing these on my channel today. So, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
I am Melanie from Completely Melanie, and I'm sure she'll put like the link for my channel down below. But yeah, I do the mid-month live reading sprints with CC over on my channel, and she is doing the end of the month on her channel.
Right, so this is a monthly thing. So if you are in the middle of the month and you're like, oh my gosh, I haven't gotten to my TBR yet, or on the last day of the month and it's like, okay, I still have these books that I want to finish before my next month's TBR, you're in the right place because we're going to help you get through these. Because honestly, Melanie, I'm in this place every single month. On the last of the month, I'm like, oh my God, I still have so many books to get through. Yeah, and then I'm not on my February TBR or like on my next month's TBR. So what are you reading today?
I am reading A Wind in the Door by Madeleine L'Engle. I'm currently on page 86 of this. This is my goal to finish this today. And then I'm also reading this beast of a book. It's got like 980 pages. But I'm currently on page 402 of this. So I want to put as much of a dent in this as possible. We'll see how this goes. I'm supposed to have both of these done by the end of the month. Yeah. Or should I say by the end of the day?
That's a beast you have there.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it is so heavy. It's like heavier than a brick.
Yeah, no, I remember reading this and I could not physically hold it the whole time. I had to I was lying on the couch and I had to have it lie down and read lying on top of it.
So yeah, people in the chat too.
Yeah, I will be reading Wake by Sherry Rossman, and probably after the first reading sprint, I can tell you about it because I do not remember what this is about. Because it's one of my first NetGalley arcs that I ever had, and I just completely didn't read it yet. Hi, Veronique. So good to see you. Also, Amber. Hi.
Hello.
Amber, I could for sure use some motivation to get some more reading in. Yeah, we're going to try and help you with that, definitely. Let's see if these reading sprints are going to help you. What are you reading? And Veronique, what are you reading? And Amber is saying 980 pages. Goodness, yeah. I mean, 900 pages is a beast, but it's quite less daunting if you don't want to finish it by the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay, so it means I have I don't know, 500 pages left for today. Hello, Barbara. I'm actually sending things telling people, hey, we're live. Come join us.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that in a second once once we're on our first sprint. I'm gonna do that as well. Veronique, I wanted to finish Lies of Locke Lamora in January. Good book, but it's not going to happen tonight, but want to make a good dent in it before I go to sleep. That's a good plan. That's a very good plan. And honestly, Lies of Locke Lamora, I really enjoyed that. I hope you're enjoying it too. Have you read Lies of Locke Lamora, Melanie?
I have not. Though somebody did recommend we try to put that for our one of our buddy reads for 2022 because we've pretty much already got our
You're planning for 2022?
Yes, I've come up with this form for people in my little buddy read group to submit things that they would like to have possibly considered for our buddy reads for the next year because we already have all of 2021 planned out already.
That's crazy to already. I cannot imagine to already schedule for next year. And Veronique, I will be alternating with Exile by R.A. Salvatore to get some faster reading in. I do not know that book. Tell me about that book. Are you liking it? Um, and Barbara's saying, I hope to get 2 books today. Yes, whipping these out at the end of the month. What are the 2 books that you are reading, Barbara? I think we should start to potentially get ready for the first sprint.
How long do you want to go?
I think we should do a shorter one just to get warmed up. Amber, I've got a bonus story at the end of my Orange the Complete Collection Volume 2 manga by Ishiko Takano to read yet. Okay. And I'm hoping to maybe knock out another comic or 2. Yeah, that should be absolutely possible within these sprints. I'm not even worried about that. Veronique, I'm enjoying Lies of Locamora, but not loving it. Oh, okay. I think it's mostly because of the slow reading pace. I get that. Let me know if your experience maybe changes after a while. I think sometimes a book is carried by some key things that are happening along the way. So excited to see how you feel about it once you're done. A Time to Kill and Dead Man Walk. I don't know either of them. Do you, Melanie?
Isn't A Time to Kill like a James Bond kind of thing? That's what I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting. It seems like a title from a James Bond.
Could be. And there's Reads readers. I just wanted to stop by and say hi. Hi. I can't stay this long to say hi. Have fun, ladies. We're gonna have fun. Maybe you can join us later. I'm quite sure we're gonna be on for a while. So if you can't join now, maybe you can join later.
Yeah, my husband asked me, he's like, so how long is this the live show supposed to be? I was like, I have no idea. He's like, just a ballpark. I was like, at least a few hours. I have no idea.
Last time we were on for what, 6.5?
Yeah, we're not going that long.
Exile is a book in the Forgotten Realms world. Oh, I wanted to get into that. And I'm really loving that one. Awesome. And Barbara seems saying John Grisham. Okay, so I think you weren't that far off with like the vibe, but a little bit more into the I feel like John Grisham gives me more of a corporate lawyer vibe than agent vibe.
Yeah.
All right.
So what time do we want our first sprint to be for?
Should we go for 15 minutes to warm up?
15 minutes sounds good to me.
Barbara saying Dead Man Walk is the first book in the Lonesome Dove series. Yeah, for sure. Let me know what you think of it. And I would say let's start with our first sprint with 15 minutes of reading. Say happy reading.
Enjoy.
And we're back. How did you guys do?
It's a good thing I was muted because I just had this moment in the book where I literally was like, holy crap. Like, hold on. When was this book published? Because I know it was published a long time ago.
Hi, Santos. Just
So, like,
join. We'll wait until the next reading sprint.
it was published in 1970.
Okay.
And this is talking about the accelerating number of deaths from respiratory failure and the so-called flu epidemic. Yeah, I was just like, what? That was just weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Amber finished a chapter. Well done. That's always good. And it's amazing when you have like one sprint and you have one chapter done that feels like so complete and perfect.
I think I got like 12 pages done of mine.
Oh, Sunshine Raisin, what are you reading? What are you going to read during the next sprint? I only got 4 pages done. I'm having such a hard time to get into this book. It seems like the world is very, very different, and I'm having a hard time getting into the world building to understand it. I know that I'm going to pick up and get a lot quicker, but because I've been so slow and I had to reread so much, you know how on Kindle it tells you how much time you have left in your book? This book has 230 pages and it tells me I have 6 hours left. I'm like,
That's funny. Yeah, I was just talking to Marty earlier about because I'm listening to Kingdom of Ash, and I was like, yeah, I'm listening to it at almost 2 speed. It's actually 1.95, and there's still like a little over 10 hours of this book remaining. And I'm like, even if I listen to it constant, I'm not finishing it today.
well, honestly, I consider it today before I go to sleep. So if you go to sleep at 1 a.m., you have an extra hour. So Veronique read around 15 ebook pages, 1.5 chapter of Exile. Very good progress. Wow. Amber can relate. Beginning of last year, I read a collection of short stories from a zombie apocalypse series, and the virus is a coronavirus. I was like, well, yeah. It shows us that it's not as new as most of us feel like, because we have never heard about it before, or just because it wasn't in our like area of that reached us, doesn't mean it's new. But it's new. It feels new to most people. But the coronavirus has been here for a while, or like versions of it. Nila Kunta, I hope I didn't butcher your name. Have fun. We will. Are you joining us to read something? Barbara, I love the sprints. I have the forest app, helps me with the sprints. Also building the forest. Yeah, I tried these apps. I cannot get into them for some reason. I don't know. But I love it for people who this helps with. For me, it's not. But these reading sprints, they help me a lot. So these are awesome. Amber, Cece, I also consider that today ends when I go to sleep. Yes. And if I go to sleep at 4 a.m., that's 4 extra hours of reading.
Well, luckily for me, Marty is getting up with the boy, so I don't have to worry about that. He's getting up. I mean, Xander has to get up super early tomorrow because he's going back to school. Like, they're doing the hybrid learning now. So starting this week, he'll go Monday and Tuesday. And then they sanitize the school on Wednesday. And then the other half of the kids go Thursday and Friday. And then they sanitize over the weekend again.
Yeah, it's crazy what schools and everything have to come up with. But I hope it works. The fourth episode, great. Yeah, Nila, I agree. I think it's great. It's just not for me, but I think it's a really great idea for people who that helps focusing with. Amber, at Barbara, is it called the Forest app? I think it's just called Forest app, is it?
Apparently. I have heard about it, and it looks really cute, the little Forest app. But yeah,
Yeah, I think
I haven't tried any of them.
I don't even know if the one that I tried last is called the Forest app or if it's a different one. But you also like water plants. It's Focus Plant is the last one that I tried, and you just water plants and everything. And there's advertisements coming up all the time.
That sounds like a distraction.
It's super cute. I mean, look at these like plants. It's really super cute, but there's just not enough gaming aspect for me to want to keep going. The Forest app helps me when I'm studying so that I'm not going on my phone. Does the Forest app actually lock your phone, or does it like the Focus Plant app? It just says I'm losing my progress.
I think it actually locks your phone. Like you can't do anything on your phone until you've reached the end of the time you set.
Yeah, the Focus Plant one is just that if you switch to something else, then it penalizes you because you then lose your progress or something. But I need help focusing when I'm doing my vocabulary, which is an app in itself. So I can't use it and go to the app and do my vocabulary. Or when I'm reading, I often have my audiobook on my phone, and that also doesn't work together. So yeah, not for me necessarily, but I love that these things exist and help. When you go out of the app, your plant will die. Oh my god, that's so cruel. Yeah, I don't know if I could leave the app and have a virtual plant die because I left the app. The first helps plant real. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. That's a really cool thing. I like that. I'll have to look into it. Just because I like helping plant real trees. And it will give a notification before you leave the app, and then I'm like, oh yeah, need to work. Yeah, I can relate to that somehow. I can relate to that. So yeah, I totally get that.
It's kind of like you're reaching for your phone and somebody's like, no, stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, we tend to do things like reach for a phone very automatically nowadays. It's not this conscious thing anymore. So I totally get that this can retrain us into being a more conscious thing again. So that's pretty cool. All right.
I think next round of reading sprint, I'm going to switch to my audiobook so I can like switch chairs because I'm sitting on a stool and it's just not the most comfortable thing. So I'm going to see if I can like do something a little more comfortable.
Yeah,
and listen to my audiobook while I'm rearranging.
You go get comfortable. That's definitely a priority. How are you going to read for a few hours if you're not comfortable? So do you want to do 50 minutes again, or do you want to go for a little bit longer?
I'm good either way. So it's whatever you or they would like. Barbara said, I told you, Mel. Yeah, she told me to find something other than a stool. The stool came with my desk, so that's why it's here. But yeah, I need something else.
Yeah,
because I've been sitting here for most of the day because I was editing a video before this.
I think my back would hurt on a stool like the way you're sitting if I would be editing and then still try to read on it.
I'm also currently sitting like crisscross applesauce on top of the stool because I'm too short, so my feet don't actually touch the floor when sitting on the stool.
Oh, yeah, you have to go get a better stool. Veronica, you can give some apps free use, so you can use them when the forest is growing. Okay, so I could still use it with the with my vocabulary. So I'll check that out. I'll check that out because I like the idea of helping plant real trees. Amber says cool with anything. So if Amber's cool with anything, let's just go for 20. That gives you enough time to get into your audiobook, but also get a new stool.
All right, let me change this time. And there we go.
And hopefully these 20 minutes will help me get into my book as well. Fingers crossed. If not, I will be switching books.
All right, enjoy.
Happy reading.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So how did you do?
I actually got like 2.5 chapters done.
Wow.
I sped it up because I was physically reading. So I got 20 pages. Not bad.
How fast did you speed it up to?
I sped it up to 2.3, though I may speed it up even more. Since, I was just kind of gradually speeding it up as I was reading along. Because if I'm just listening to it, I got to listen to it a little bit slower. But if I'm physically like looking at the pages, I can go significantly faster.
What are you listening? Like what app are you using to listen to it?
Audible.
Okay, because that's the only app that's left on my phone that still allows more than twice the speed.
Really?
Yeah. Everything else seems to stop at like twice the speed. And
Let's see. Let me open up something. I think my Hoopla and I think Scribd both allow me to go faster.
it doesn't allow more than twice on my phone, but it allows more than twice on when I'm on my desktop. So weird, but it's so annoying too.
Let's see. Hoopla. Yeah, Hoopla is just 2. Scribd. I don't have anything playing on Scribd, and I don't want to start anything. Let me see.
Yeah,
Do I have any that
no page numbers on manga, so I'm not sure how many. Yeah, that annoys me on manga, to be honest, that I never know how many pages. In the beginning of the manga, there's like here, chapter 2 or whatever it's called, starts on page 68, and then I'm like, how do I get to page 68 if there's like no page numbers on any of the pages?
Yeah, on a Scribd, I can go up to 3 times.
That's so crazy because it's locked for me at 2. Amber says, I don't think I ever speed up audiobooks to more than 1.75. So to be honest, when I'm not reading with my eyes at the same time, I speed up to twice only in very specific books. It depends on how good I know the world and how, so, sometimes the speaker is slower than in other cases. But when I'm reading with my eyes as well, and I have that too, when I have both, then I want to oftentimes speed up to more than twice. And Script doesn't allow it, BookBeat doesn't allow it, the Apple Books doesn't allow it. It's only Audible that does more than twice for me.
It also, to me, depends like how fast they talk in general, but also if they have like a thick accent, whatever kind of accent. If it's like a thick, even a thick Southern accent or a thick Indian accent or just a very thick accent, that makes it, I have to go a little bit slower. I think Marty and we are listening to Ruin and Rising, and I'm listening to that a little bit slower. We're listening to that at like 1.75.
So, Veronique, I read 2 chapters of Exile. I'm now switching to Liza Block-Lamore and hope to get to part 4. Yeah, and fingers crossed you're going to start liking it more than just what you've mentioned earlier. Amber says exactly. I think you were talking about the speed, the reading speed. Anna, hello, I just joined. Are you planning on reading for a while longer? Yes, we are. Thank you for joining. Good to have you here. And yes, we will most likely be reading a good bit longer.
Yeah. We'll probably be here for a couple more hours.
What books are you both reading? So, Melanie, I think you are mentioned.
I'm reading Kingdom of Ash and also A Wind in the Door.
And I'm reading Wake by Cherry Rosman. And I didn't get too much for, like, I read like five, I think 7 more pages because it's on percentage. And I ended up going on my phone and looking up what this book was about, because I know that I was super pumped about it, but I'm having trouble getting into it. So sometimes it helps me to understand again what the book is about, to get into it when I'm having trouble. And it sounds like the perfect dystopian book. Serve the community, obey the laws, exist on anxiety pills. The main character is a ward for the city, and they find an old book that shows the history of mankind, a past that's been hidden from them and all the citizens. And I'm super in the mood for that, so that keeps me going. So I'm really pumped for the next sprint to hopefully get into it. Managed to read 25 pages of Imagine a Country, collection of essays about Scottish independence. That sounds like quite the hard read. I don't know if it is, but maybe that just sounds like it, because I find oftentimes essays hard to, just as, like with short stories, I feel like as soon as I'm into it, it's over.
I have that problem a lot too with like anthologies and things like that. I don't like, typically I think most anthologies for me tend to be around like 7 stars or something like that, just because you can only connect, like, you're not going to love every single story typically. And so that I actually will rate each individual story and then average out my rating to figure it out. And so it almost always comes in like the 3-star range, because I'll have like a 5-star and I'll have a 1-star, and then I'll have a few other things in between. And that's how it always works for me. But that does sound like a really interesting topic.
Yeah, it does. You know what? Actually, I was completely on the I'm not going to read any more short stories train, and then actually the Once Upon a Book Club changed my mind with the first story of the Advent calendar, where I was like crying at the end, and I'm like, okay, maybe short stories have a legit reason to exist.
Girl, so I have been like pre-filming and stuff those to like edit in the future, and oh my gosh, if you thought that first story was rough, there's more. That's like I literally had to stop for a good 5 minutes on one because I was just bawling my eyes out. Like, and I was just like, why do they gotta make these stories so hard? Yeah.
So have you already read all of them by now?
Not yet. No, I've gotten through day 9, though I've only posted days 1 and 2 so far, I think.
Yeah, I've only read the first 3, and 4 is I'm planning to read 4 tomorrow. So if you guys don't know what we're talking about, the Once Upon a Book Club releases this advent calendar with 12 short stories and amazing gifts that go along with it. And both Melanie and I got it. Melanie has the YA version. I have the adult version, although it's the same short stories, it's the same gifts, except for, I think, is there 4 books in there?
Hold on.
But anyways, the books are different. So I have the adult books, and Melanie has the YA books. If you're interested in it,
4 books.
4 books. We're both reading out the short story and posting it on our channel. So if you're interested, if you didn't get the box and you're interested in it, check out these videos. And then you can cry with us.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Like my videos will be spread out over several months. Like
you're
gonna go all the way through like April, I think.
I'm probably going to release 1 day each Tuesday going forward. So day 3 is next Tuesday.
But I have actually gotten through all of the books. Like I've opened up all of the books so far.
Oh.
The adult books are the ones that actually go with the story.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's why yours, like when they were describing what the book looked like, yours actually looked like that, and mine didn't. So I'm curious to see which books you get.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they potentially do 2 completely different boxes next year. I would love that.
My day 3 will post on February 13th.
Okay. Central Race, it really is lots of annotating going on. Oh my gosh, yeah. So that's kind of the vibe that I was getting from what he said. So imagine a country, collection of essays about Scottish independence. Sounds like annotating. Anna, awesome. I want to start Ade La Rue, and I actually need to read about 50 pages for a buddy read. I hope to get those in today before I'm too tired to read. Yeah, so I'm hoping you do that too. Probably can do this in like two to three sprints. I've heard a lot of good things about Ade La Rue.
Do we want to do like our next one another 20-minute?
Yeah, how did you feel about 20 minutes? Are 20 minutes good for you? Amber, oh man, I love short stories. I started a mini series on my channel for them, but haven't posted many. Oh, I am going to check that out because I want to give short stories another chance just because of the Once Upon a Book Club stories that were so good. So I'm going to check that out and see if you have some good recommendations. Barbara, the stories are awesome. Yeah, did you get the box too, or are you listening?
She's been watching my videos.
Hey, Books for Tea.
Hello.
Good to see you. Are you reading with us? What are you reading, Barbara? Sure. Yes. Okay.
I think she's talking about the 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to this round again continue with Kingdom of Ash because I switched chairs but I switched to like a wooden chair. I'm much lower now and my feet can actually touch the floor, but I'm sitting on a wooden chair. So I don't know if you can see me doing all this. My back was hurting, so I'm like, I gotta find something else.
Oh my gosh, you are on a quest today, Veronica. I am planning to read a short story novella for every day of February. Wow. Okay. You have to share about what you're reading there and let us know if those are good. Every book is independent.
I'm gonna sit on my little pillow here. Maybe that'll help.
Any recommendations for short stories, novellas? Well, not from me so far because I didn't like most of the short stories. Actually, I think the only short stories that I really enjoyed were the Assassin's Blade, which is the prequel short stories anthology for the Throne of Glass series. I don't know why, but I'm feeling like I potentially enjoyed them because they all played in the world and most of them played with characters that I already knew. So I think that
Shadow Market. If you like the Cassandra Clare books, the Shadow Hunter books, this one is I think the best short story anthology thing. I
didn't have much luck with any other anthologies, as I said, because I need so much time getting into the world and getting to know the characters, and then it's over again. But yeah, I would love some good recommendations too. I want to give it another try. Some tips or like, I want to try recommendations.
All right, since I've got this cushion, I'm going to actually try to read A Wind in the Door this time.
Okay. Yeah, you have a good chance of actually finishing that today. So
yeah, it's my goal. I need to get this one at least done, and it's only 240 pages, so I have about a little over 140 pages remaining. I think I can do it.
Let's go for another 20-minute sprint. And if you guys like other intervals, if you want longer or shorter, let us know. We can totally do either one.
I think we should like rotate through and do like we did a 15-minute and then we did a 20-minute and now we can do a 25-minute or something.
Emma says, I don't have a running list yet. I'm still getting into them, but I'm trying to get better about posting short stories Sunday videos to my channel. That's really good. I was thinking about doing something with short stories as well after the Once Upon a Book Club thing is over, but that's another like 10 weeks, so I have time to think about that. And I have time to get your recommendations by that time. And Amber says, I love the idea of reading a short story every day. Yeah, I love the idea too. Let's hope there's some good recommendations coming out of this. Maybe on the live show on the 15th, if you're able to join on Melanie's channel, you can tell us about the 15 short stories you have read by then.
Yeah.
And give us recommendations then. Okay, should we go, because it's still on 20, should we go for another 20?
Sure.
All right.
Happy reading.
Happy reading. We're back. Sunshine Rays had to leave, but got another 10 pages. I'm assuming you're not with us anymore to say bye, but you're welcome for hosting and thank you for joining. So how did you do?
I got 16 pages. Reading this is a little bit slower because I end up having to reread so many parts because it's very fantastical and a bit absurd. And so I'll read something and then I'm like, wait, what? And have to reread and be like, okay, yeah, I read that right. What? What's going on? And then I'll read a little bit more. I'm like, okay, I think I get it. Like, she's talking to the principal at her brother's school. Meg is the main character from A Wrinkle in Time. These are the characters from A Wrinkle in Time. This is the sequel to it. And she's at Charles Wallace's school and talking to the principal out in the parking lot. And then all of a sudden, so the principal's saying this one thing that she's just like, wow, I can't believe he's being so reasonable. And then the other principal says, no, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like, so she's talking to Mr. Jenkins, and then the other Mr. Jenkins all of a sudden says, no, you can't do that because blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, huh? And apparently there are now two Mr. Jenkins identical Mr. Jenkins standing in front of her. And while she's trying to wrap her brain around this, a third Mr. Jenkins appears. It's like, okay.
Okay, I get your confusion. I'm still confused about mine too, but I'm starting to understand a few of the characters. I'm starting to understand some bits and pieces. The synopsis I read helped. I think that it's explaining the world way too slowly. So now the time that it says on my Kindle until I finish the book, and let me remind you, it has 238 pages total, is now up to 7 hours. But I know that as soon as I get it, that it will dramatically speed up. My main issue is that they are talking about angel sculptures and placing them out in the world illegally. And she's a ward, and they're going out, and she just found another angel sculpture buried, and they're talking about having to report it. And I don't get why it's illegal. I don't get what the problem is with these sculptures. And I feel like if that would have been explained a little bit better, I might have gotten into it a little bit better too.
Yeah. Another thing with this book is that I wish I had an audiobook that I could listen to this or listen along with this, because there are so many words like okay, so there's this thing that it's really hard to describe, but at first they think it's a dragon, but it's not a dragon. And it's called, okay, so I've been calling it in my head prognosis, but that is not how it's, I'm sure that's not how it's pronounced. That's just the only way I can process this word in my head, but it's proginosis or something. It's PROGINOSKES. And then there's like these bad guy things, and it's like ecothroi, and it's like ECHTHROI. And yeah, I'm just like, I'm having to make up words in my head to like put in the blanks.
To understand how things are called. So Anna read only 14 pages. What do you mean only? 14 pages is great. But that's good enough considering I just started the book. Beginning are always slow for me. Yes, same. Absolutely the same. That's the same situation that I'm in right now. And I am a lot slower. I read 8 pages according to what the percentage translates to. So 14 pages is really good. Amber has finished her manga. That's good. You only had the story though, or did you read the full manga that you wanted to read after the bonus story.
You know what?
And then Amber still needs to read A Wrinkle in Time. I haven't read it either. I don't know if it like is something that I need to read. It just doesn't speak to me.
One thing I found really interesting about A Wrinkle in Time. So I read that. Xander and I read that together before the movie came out. The Disney live action movie they did a couple of years ago, and it was really interesting to see the difference because, like, I wasn't expecting it to be as religious as it is. It's very, like, A Wrinkle in Time has a lot of religious aspects to it, and in the movie, they took all that out.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I mean, you could still interpret some things in the movie, but it doesn't, like, it's not as blatant as it is in the book. For the most part, they made it very where anybody would be okay with watching it.
Right. Well, doesn't sell it to me anymore. Then it wasn't already not sold to me before because religious themes are not for me at all. So Veronique read 18 pages in the sprint of Loch Lamora, really good. Adalto Campos read 11 pages of A Little Life. That's a book that I really want to get to. And 11 pages is great. Valeria, I joined in the middle of the sprint, but I read 7 pages. You read almost as much as me, and I was here for the whole sprint. So good for you. What are you reading, Valeria? Barbara, my teacher read it to us in 6th grade. I loved it. I love the idea of a teacher reading it to you. But now I'm wondering, now that you said that there's so many religious themes, did you like how does that work in like a class environment? I'm a little bit critical about having a book with very religious themes in a classroom. Curious how that went.
The schools around here where I live, they will put kids in a Bible studies class, and I'm just like, you can choose to opt out of it, but like Xander always gets put in the class, and I like let them know no, so they'll put him in something else instead, because I want him to make up his mind on his own, and if he wants to go to that, fine, but I don't want him just put in that, and I want it to be his own choice and make his own mind up about all of those things. But yeah, I don't think it is the school's place. Like, they don't have Torah studies or Hindu studies or, you know, any of the Buddhist studies or any of that. They only have Bible studies. And I'm like, if you're going to have that, you should have the other stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's what
or religious studies and be able to study like all the different religions or something.
I think that's really valuable to understand different religions. And the last few years in my school, that's exactly what we did. I like the system that in school you were separated out and you had a religious class, but the class was determined on what religion you were already assigned to. So that made sense for me. And in the last few years of this, we actually had then not only they weren't teaching us only about the Bible or whatever, they were teaching us about other religions. And I thought that was really valuable. And that's what most religions actually should be about as well, tolerance and inclusion of other religions. Okay, Valeria, I'm reading Girl Seven Thorn, and I'm so interested to find out what happens because I only have a few chapters left. So we need to get to another reading sprint soon. That's what I'm hearing.
I really enjoyed Girl Serpent Thorn. I read that and I liked it a lot.
Still on my TBR, and I started reading it but couldn't get into it. But that was not because of the book. So prioritized other things. So I still have to get to that. And Amber says the manga was like 3 full volumes, the orange story wrapped in the first two, but then there was like a full manga's worth of bonus story. I think to keep it the same size as that's a really like a lot of bonus story. That's really cool. I didn't know Orange had that many like bonus stories. I have to continue that manga too. It's a lovely manga, lovely story. Barbara says, "Well, was the 70s so hippier time?" I get that. I get that. Veronique, at Premier School, which was a Catholic school, we started with childish versions of Bible tales. In secondary school, we had religion studies and learned about all religions. That makes sense to me. Honestly, I think if you are in a Catholic school, I think it's very reasonable to have Catholic themes throughout your school because well you opt into going to a school that has your religion in. So I think that's absolutely fair. Amber said the bonus was not related to Orange at all, just another story. Oh, from the same author. Oh,
That's
okay.
interesting.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I thought it was some bonus material around Orange. So how did you end up liking it? If it's a completely different story, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, tell us about how you like it. But then I think Valeria is asking for another sprint. She needs
Do we want to do
to
a 30-minute
finish Girl
sprint this time?
Self-Informed. I, I felt like 20 was good. Let us know in the chat what you like. I'd say while we go for another 20, let us know if 20 is good for you or if you want longer or shorter, and then we can adjust it the next time.
Yeah, I was thinking we might want to try like different times. Like we could do some 20, some 15, some 30, kind of bounce around.
I'm totally up for doing a 30 now as well. You want to do a 30? Maybe that
Sure.
helps Anna to get a little bit more into Adi LaRue as well.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, and let us know in the chat what time you usually prefer.
All right. Happy reading.
Happy reading. And we're back. So I'm starting to get into my book, which is yay. Finally, after the fourth sprint, I have lost count. But yeah, finally getting into it, so that's good. Only 16 pages still, but at least now my counter says only 6 hours to go and not 7. So I'm getting the time down. What about you?
I got 25 more pages of my book. I'm a little over halfway now, so that's good. I'm on page 139. So, yeah, there was just like the three Mr. Jenkins. She had to determine which one was the real Mr. Jenkins, and they're all like identical and arguing with each other, but they view things slightly different. And so she has to determine which one is the right one.
Okay. Okay. So let's see how everybody else did. Hi, Leo. I do not know what book to movies adaptations. Is that referring to The Wrinkle in Time and it being religious? I'm not sure what it was referring to. Amber talking about the story at the end of Orange. I didn't like it, but it was a complete 180 from Orange. So when I finished Orange last night, I had to stop before continuing with the story. It was cute. That's so weird. They put like such a different story in a bonus thing for Orange. Really weird. We have a vote for 30, and I don't know how to pronounce your name, Nahaya or Nahea. Can you do 40 minutes, please? Well, 40 is fine for me. Anna, 14 pages again, had to feed the cats in the middle of the sprint. Well, if you don't feed the cats, they're probably going to ruin your reading time. So I think that was a good choice. How are you liking it so far, though? I'm really excited to get to Adi LaRue because I've heard so many good things. Have you read it, Melanie?
I have not. I have the Alcrate exclusive edition with the pretty foiled hardcover and stuff. And I'm really, really excited to read it. I see she says that she really likes V.E. Schwab's writing, and I really do too. This month I've read a Darker Shade of Magic, which was a reread for me, and I've read A Gathering of Shadows for the first time. But I've also read her City of Ghosts story with the middle grade stories, and I absolutely love those. We own 2 copies of each of those books in our house. Xander has the Alcrate ones, and I have the UK paperbacks because I really like how the paperbacks look.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Shades of Magic. I loved the middle grade one. I did not like Vicious, but that could be because I had the wrong expectations. So yeah, I'd like to have 14 pages read. That's awesome.
I haven't read Vicious yet, so I'm curious about that.
My cats harassed me as well, but for attention, I got 18 pages into a new comic. Yeah, see, that's what happens with cats. So, Anna, good that you fed yours. Veronique read 29 pages, really good. Barbara, I finished Deadman Walk by Larry McMurray. Awesome, we have a book finished. Yay! Valeria got 12 pages. You're all doing so well. Stupid Talk books, I just finished We Should All Be Feminists. So now I finished 4 books for this year. That's awesome. It's the 4th week, isn't it?
It's the what?
We have 4 weeks in January, so you've pretty much finished a book a week. That's really good.
Yeah.
Martina, I just joined and want to read more of my book today. How many sprints are you doing? Well, I don't know if we know, but we're going to be here for a little bit longer. So let's see if you can. I don't know how far you're into it, if you're getting ready to finish it with us, but we're going to do a few sprints, and you're welcome to read with us. Please, Naher or Nahaya, please tell me how to pronounce your name because I feel awful pronouncing it wrong every time I see your name popping up. But another vote for 40 minutes. We're going to do 40 minutes then. Anna says, I'm on page 33 now, and so far everything is great. I heard that the beginning is slow, but I enjoyed so far. Yeah, 33 pages in with a slow beginning, it's very hard to judge, right? So,
That's the name.
That I love her writing. Congrats on finishing your 4th book. Yeah. And Martina says 94 out of 368, so not close. Well, it depends on your reading speed. But if you're reading anywhere close to my reading speed right now, that's probably days away.
Naher.
Perfect, Naher. Okay, thank you for clarifying so I don't pronounce your name wrong. Thanks so much, Amber. It was a strong 5-star read. Also, I had no idea that Beyonce quotes her in her song. Oh, I didn't know that either. Interesting.
I didn't know that either. That's cool.
And I love a good 5-star read, so.
Bye, Veronique.
I'm going to leave for tonight. Have an early start tomorrow. Yeah, I get that. Really enjoyed these sprints and definitely made a dent in books. That's good. Bye, Veronique. Thank you for joining us. It was great having you here. Oh, I don't know. 131 out of 783. Not so close to. Yeah, that's
not so close. But it's a nice start.
It feels like roughly how far you're into, like with Kingdom of Ash. You have how many pages left?
How many pages left do I have? Let's see, 422 to 980. So like 558 pages. Yeah, so not close. I'm not even halfway. I'm close to halfway, but not even halfway.
At least enjoying it. My hair says your videos are awesome. Oh, thank you. I don't know if you mean Melanie or myself, because Melanie's are as awesome as mine. Thank you. Do you know another channel that is doing live reading sprints? Well, I think there's quite a lot of people doing live reading sprints at the moment. It really depends on the time that you want to do sprints at, because, well, there's quite a few people in the UK doing them at the moment, and they tend to be a little bit earlier. What I would pretty much do is just search for live reading sprints on YouTube, and then I filter for the ones that are currently live, and then it pretty much pops up if there's anything on. Right now, I don't know because I'm here and I haven't checked.
You can always find us here on the last day of the month, and you can always find us over on my channel on the 15th.
I really need to finish the Throne of Glass series. Only Tower of Dawn and Kingdom of Ash left. Yeah, I loved Tower of Dawn. I know that a lot of people were a little bit.
Tower of Dawn is my favorite so far.
Yeah, I love that too. It's because Tower of Dawn is not necessarily following the whole group, but a very select member of the group, and a lot of people are very torn about if they like it or not. But I enjoyed this storyline so much. There was so much in it that I really enjoyed. Another one sprint, please. Yes, we're going to do another sprint. We're going to do a 40-minute sprint. Both of them.
Time ready.
Yes, Anna. See you back on the 15th on Melanie's channel. So let's read for another 40 minutes. So we're gonna all get into our books a little bit further.
All right, happy reading.
See you in 40.
That's time.
I bet you were really into it this time. I mean, a long reading sprint like this, you get really into the story, right?
Yeah, I got like another 30 pages, but let me give you an example. I actually marked a little spot here. Give you an example of what my brain is having to process with this. This is supposed to be middle grade.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if maybe middle grader, like middle school age kids in the 70s were way smarter than I am now. But oh my gosh, okay. So they're like, where are we? Meteoron Ariston. What's Meteoron Ariston? Is it a planet? No, it's an idea, a postulatum. I find it easier to posit when I am in my home galaxy. So we are near the Mondorian solar system of the Viganella galaxy. The stars you see are those I know, those which I see from my home planet. Why are we here? The postulatum Meteoron Ariston makes it possible for all sizes to become relative. Within Meteoron Ariston, you may be sized so that you are able to converse with a giant star or a tiny farandola.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
People stupid.
Well, I mean, I was able to read 31 pages this time around as well, so I'm getting more into it. But I feel like as soon as I start to understand what's happening in this book and how this world works, it throws something else at me. I'm like, what? And I don't think it's because it's so sophisticated or something. I think it's just the writing style, that the author made choices of not explaining things that I need to have explained. So the world building is not there for me. But every time when I'm like, okay, I might stop this book, then I start to get into the feeling of like, oh, I'm starting to understand this. Oh, this is actually really good. And then it throws another thing at me. So, yeah.
So you know how I said that A Wrinkle in Time has a lot of like religious elements to it? This has a lot of science to it. And I mean there is a thing in here about loving and hating and the damage that can do, like how the damage that hating can do, and that trying to find the good in somebody even if you really really dislike them. But right now there's also like, I don't know if you've ever seen this show. It's like a kid's show called The Magic School Bus. And the teacher, she takes her class on this magic school bus, and they like can shrink down to itty bitty and like go into a body and learn about the body or something like that. And we're having like magic school bus moment in this book.
So, Anna was hoping to get to her buddy read goal, and she later on says she made it to page 54. I have to stop now, but I really, really don't want to. So that's a really good sign. 10 minutes of the sprint left. I might continue with an audiobook of Gemini. That's really cool. So reaching your buddy read goal and wanting to continue to read is a good sign. So the book is good, and you're looking forward to picking it up tomorrow, right? Then Ali says hi, Ali Beth Boyett. Adalto is left the stream, I think. Probably doesn't hear it anymore. Read 15 more pages, and I have to stop now. See you guys soon. It was so good. I really am grateful for everyone joining. So it's just, I just feel like, oh, I want to say goodbye. I want to say thank you, and they're already gone. Anna has finished her book. Yay! Congratulations. That's cool. Amber read 50 pages of Fables Volume 3. How are you liking it? Talk to us about it.
I actually have Fables Volume 1. I haven't read it yet, so I'm curious. like I don't really know much about it except that I think that there's like a fairy tale retelling kind of element to it. So I'm excited about it.
Nahir, can we please do another 40 minutes, please? I'm really getting into Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and I'm on page 268. Yeah.
I was saying maybe our next one we could do like a 20-minute, smaller one because we've done like these longer ones. But
with a little break in between, and then do two times 20. I'm good with that. 30 pages influence Sarah Shepard. I'm not sure if I heard of that. How are you liking it? Eva, is it Eve or Eva? I've read 35 pages of Homegoing by Ya Kiasi, and it's amazing. I'll have to look that up. I love the magic scuba. Yes, Amber. It's weird, but I like it.
yeah, this where I'm at right now in this book very much gives me Magic School Bus vibes.
Yeah. So we're going to do another 20, yes?
Yeah, I think during that 20, because I need to get up and have a little stretch. and yeah. So I'm going to switch to Kingdom of Ash for a few minutes for that one. And then I'll go back to this one.
I love how last time when we were on your channel, I was switching books and stuff, and this time you are.
Yeah, I think last time I was reading just one book. I don't even remember what book I was reading. I think I was reading A Darker Shade of Magic, possibly. No? Darkest Mind? I don't remember.
I think
I've read so many books.
So it was either you reading The Darkest Minds, or was it? No, Erica was reading Death Prefers Blondes, but somebody was reading The Darkest Minds.
Maybe that's what I was reading because I did read that this month. So
I think you did, yeah. So Amber says Mel Fables is basically a bunch of characters from folk and fairy tales thrown into modern day New York City. That sounds good.
Love that concept.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
I can't believe I haven't read it yet. It's been on my shelf for a long time.
All right, so let's go for another 20 because I need a quick bio break as well.
All right, well, happy reading.
Happy reading.
And that is time. I got 2 more pages in the Kingdom of Ash. One thing I'm really liking about this, which it took me a little while, like quite a bit actually, to really get back into this story. In the beginning, because of how like the 2 books prior to were, all of the groups are like everybody's all separated out and there's so many different groups. And so this starts with all of these different groups. And it was like too much like trying to keep up with all of these different things.
Yeah.
And at this point, the groups are less and less because more groups are combining and coming together. And I'm enjoying it even more as they're like all coming together.
I'm excited to see what you think about the ending, like the last half of it.
How did you do with your reading?
I did okay. I got 12 pages in, and then I paused for the last 5 minutes to go and read reviews on it again, because I feel like it is getting a little bit religious, a little bit too religious for my liking. It's kind of at a point where, so in this dystopian world, they forbid religion and art. That's what I understood now. So that's why the sculptures, which is art of angels, which is the religion, is forbidden. And these kids kind of find books about history and stuff from olden times, and they're now at the point of where it feels like they are more and more gravitating towards God and religion. And I feel like it's going into the direction of we have to tell everybody the truth, that religion is not something to forbid, it's the truth. And it's a little bit off. I don't know. How did everybody else do? So we were, Amber was still talking about
Fables.
that it's funny, but also a bit vulgar and graphic at times. That's my perfect combination.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to reading that at some point. Don't know if I could get to it in February because my February TBR is just beyond absurd.
Not like any other month would be any better, but
you know, the way mine ended up being, I have like the 3 different, I have my Have I Read It's, and then I have my Cards Against my TBR, and I have my Wheel of TBR, and I lowered the amount that I would do for each. And somehow I ended up with way more books than even the month before. In February, I ended up with 27 books. I'm like, how did this happen? How did I end up with 27 books? I'm like, I have to pretty much read a book a day in February.
Well, I have 25 on my plan, so
you're not much better off than me.
Oh, but 2 of them are actually short stories, so but they count as 2, so it's not as bad, but it's still not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Eva, I finished my chapter and it's getting quite late here, so I'm going to leave now. Thank you so much for hosting. Well, thank you for joining us. And Amber got 20 pages. Awesome. 20 pages in 20 minutes. It's like my perfect world, but it's not happening tonight. Vulgar and graphic is your jam, then Fables is worth checking out. Well, guess what's on my list now?
I think when it comes to graphic, it like I'm good with vulgar and graphic to an extent. Like it depends on what it is. Like for example, Wilder Girls. I know a lot of people absolutely loved Wilder Girls. But it was a little too weird, a little too gore for me. But For example, I Hate Fairyland, one of my absolute favorite graphic novels. That's definitely vulgar and graphic, and I love it. And yeah,
Not like that.
I love that whole series. They're my favorite.
I mean, for me, I do enjoy graphic and vulgar if it's well made and there's a sense to it, and I do like the pairing with funny. But I Hate Fairyland just felt so pointless for the most time. For the most, like,
Oh, did you
I
only read the first
couldn't get into
one, or
just the first one. I couldn't get into it.
see, it was other things happened in the other ones, and I just loved it. I loved the whole thing. They were all 5 stars for me. They were so much fun.
Well, I'm excited to check out. I might fall asleep before the next break, so I want to say thank you for this. Now before it's late. So that is very considerate. So I can say thank you for joining, and you can actually hear it.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out with us.
I know it's late, so I totally don't blame you. Not everybody stays awake the whole night like I do. So thank you for still being with us that late.
Also, we're all on different time zones, so there's no. I don't know what time zone Anna is on.
The same time zone as me, so it's half past midnight.
Yeah, see here, it's only 6:30 at night for me. So
also, it depends on what you have to do the next day, right? If you have to work early in the morning, then past midnight is probably too late. But I don't have to work until like the early afternoon, so that's fine.
I don't think I have anything I have to do until I have to leave my house around 9:30 in the morning. So
you can go to sleep a lot earlier than I do. So
yeah.
oh,
So did we want to do 40 minutes for the next one? Or do we want to do 30 or
yeah, we can do it's 3:30 where Barbara's at. I wish it was 3:30 here. That feels like nice and still a long I would still have enough time to finish everything that I need to finish in January.
True. That would be 3 more hours for me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm let's do 30. I'm contemplating if I should continue with Wake or not. I mean, it's a review thing, so I don't want to just DNF it. But if the religion gets too much, I don't have to work tomorrow, luckily, but I have to get up at 6 a.m. on Tuesday, so I don't want to mess that up tonight. Okay, so I do totally get that. Although, I mean, you're still young, right? So you can just do an all-nighter and just go to sleep tomorrow evening, and that will be perfect for getting up at 6 a.m. The next day. That's the only way I could ever get up at 6 a.m., to be honest.
You know, at this point, I've kind of determined I'm not an all-nighter. Like I can do 2 a.m., but by anything after 2 a.m., I'm like, I'm so tired. So I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm getting too old for it too, but if I have to get up at 6 a.m., I usually would sleep until like 4 or 5 p.m. the day before, then do an all-nighter, because that's not complicated if you've just slept the whole day. And then the whole day, and then I can actually get up at 6 a.m. Yeah, anyway, so I guess let's do another 30 minutes, and I'll see if I will continue with Wake or not.
And I think I'm going to continue Kingdom of Ash for now because Marty's been cooking and I'm going to eat.
What's for dinner?
Spaghetti.
Yum. That sounds good.
I was craving some spaghetti. So. I'm just hoping I don't get it all over my white shirt.
Wear a scarf or something. I'm incapable of pulling all-nighters. I'm a night person, but when I get tired, I'm out. Yeah, Amber,
Put
I
a party shirt on.
feel that a lot. Oh, that's perfect.
Just throw Marty's shirt on me.
Yeah, well, young, yes, but all-nighter doesn't work for me anymore either. Sleep became too precious at about 23. Well, precious, yes, but I think I could pull all-nighters no problem until I was like 30, I want to say.
Yeah.
And
For me, I could do all-nighters until about maybe 34, 35. Then it got a little harder.
You're getting old.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay. I've got the timer ready.
All right, let's go. And Anna, if you're leaving us, thanks for joining us, and have a good night.
and come and join us on the 15th over on my channel.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, happy reading.
Happy reading.
Hi.
Fine. Ooh. I ended up getting 33 pages done that time.
Yay.
Yay.
I actually got 38 pages done because now that I understand the world, I can read it a lot faster. But doesn't make the book any better, to be honest. So let me ask you, not only you, everybody who's here, how do you feel about DNFing? I feel like I want to DNF because I'm not feeling the book, but it is a review book, so I feel a little bit of more pressure to finish the book, so I can write a proper review because potentially the second half gets better or worse. I don't know. And I don't feel like I can judge a book properly if I haven't read it until the end. And then the other thing is, I have spent 2.5 hours reading this book, and at what point does a DNF count towards your book count? On like Goodreads or wherever you're counting the books that you've read in a year, in a month. Because I feel like I have read half a book and I want the half book to count if I DNF it. So
I would count it. I mean, absolutely. You've definitely read enough to count it as you've read a book. I mean, because there are some books that are less than that. So I would count it as you've read a book. And as far as DNFing, I am all for DNFing. I think if you're not enjoying a book, there are so many amazing books that we all want to read, and our TBRs are ridiculous. And I don't see the point in wasting time forcing yourself to read a book you're not enjoying when you could put it down and pick up something else that you may enjoy.
I totally agree with that. So, my question is, does it matter if it's a review sample that you have, where you have committed to writing a review about?
Well, I mean, at this point, you can write a review up to the point that you read and say, here's your thoughts on what you read, and that you DNF. You can say in your review you DNF'd it at X page, and you have enough of the story. You've read half of it to know your thoughts and to be able to write a review. And again, I don't know if I would count a DNF if you only read maybe 10, 15 pages and are like, no, this isn't for me. But you've read, 100 and something pages. I think you can count it.
Yeah, I feel like if it's not finished, it feels like it shouldn't count. But now I have committed so much that I want it to count, so I feel a little bit more pressure to finish it.
I mean, think about graphic novels. They're less than that typically.
Yeah, that's true. This is potentially the point where I start speed reading, so I can still consider it read. I finally started allowing myself to DNF books. That's really good, Amber. As I said, generally, I totally am for DNFing. It's just the point of having to review it and not wanting to write an unfair review when I don't have the full picture, and then having so much time commitment in there that I want to count it, but I don't feel it should count when it's not like 100%. Michelle does not count DNF. I get that. Barbara, I always need to finish it. It's just the way I am. But if you don't like it, let it go. I totally respect people who say they need to finish something so it feels like completed or whatever. I'm glad that I'm at a point where I don't usually feel like I do, but it depends on the time commitment I have already put into it,
I used to be like that, and I would just like, especially when I've already put in a good chunk of time. But if I'm just like, this is torture trying to read this, I really don't want to read this, then why should I read it? Or there's one book that I can't remember how, it was a couple of months ago. I read probably over half of it. I enjoyed the plot of the story. I was enjoying that, but the writing was absolutely terrible. And I liked what they wanted to do, but how they were doing it was just awful. And it was excruciating to try to continue reading. And I would find myself reading just a few pages at a time and then be like, okay, I got to set this down and do something else because it was just frustrating. And it was taking me like weeks. It took me a couple weeks to get to that halfway point. And I'm like, no, I'm going to let it go because I don't want to spend another couple of weeks struggling through this when I could be reading something I enjoy.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. Amber, I personally don't consider a book as read unless I finished it because the ending can change everything, but I respect what others want to do. I agree with you. I totally agree with you, and that's why I'm struggling because I put enough time in it that I want to count it, but I don't feel like I should unless I finish it. But then I start speed reading and skimming, and I'm just not sure how valid that is. So I don't know. Maybe Google the end of the book to see how it ends to apply to a review. I feel like that's cheating.
I would say just write a review on what you've actually read and why you decided to DNF it at that point.
What I do is I read reviews and probably see. I don't think there's not a lot of reviews on Goodreads, so there's probably not the ending to be Googled. But I do that to see if I want to continue a book. And the reviews that I've read are mainly positive, but the one that is negative is exactly what I don't like about it, so I don't have big hopes. Anna's still with us. 38 pages of Gemini later. You are really speeding through that book. But I think that's the type of book that you can actually read quite quickly. I'm listening to the audio and following the physical book with my eyes. I love that. But I'll go to bed now. Have a nice evening. You too. Thank you so much for joining. And Michelle is talking about someone just got called out on Twitter for writing a review for a DNF book by the publishers, then dropped by NetGalley. Oh, wow.
I actually read this thing. So the person, the reviews that they weren't putting a review there, they were just saying that because of their disability, they can't write long reviews. And so their review would be simply something like, and they would say the same kind of thing for multiple books. And it was, this book just really wasn't working for me. You know, I DNF'd it. I didn't like this book. I wasn't for me. I DNF'd it. And so that was, and it was almost the same thing over and over again. And NetGalley dropped them because they felt like they weren't actually providing any kind of substantial review for anything. And they're like, well, yeah, I did put at the beginning of all of my reviews that I have a disability that would limit me being able to write a long review. But even with their the books that they were reading, they were having very short reviews that were too similar. So it was almost like they were copying and pasting reviews and not actually really reading the books.
I mean, honestly, I think you can copy paste parts, and you can have something like I DNF'd it because it wasn't for me. You can copy paste that. But even with a disability, if you're committing to review something, I think you should be able to come up with like one sentence that specifies why or what the problem for you was, so that it just gets a little bit personal, so that you can understand.
Yeah, NetGalley's response was kind of funny because it was like they were talking about it is for professional readers. And that was a big thing that people like jumped on because we're like, well, we're not getting paid.
I think that's a crap answer, and I'm all for being inclusive. And so if somebody has a disability that keeps them from writing a long review, I don't know what type of disability that could be, because I thought that there's ways around doing other things, doing things like speech to text apps, etc. But even if you are unable to write long reviews, I do think that if you're committing to a review, you should be able to read one sentence that is personal about this book, even if you're DNFing. I just came back from eating dinner with my family. I kind of lost track of how many pages I read, but I have 4 chapters left. Well, yeah, and if you lose track, that's fine. You don't have to keep track. I always keep track on my app. So when people are talking about on these shows, like, oh, why do you keep calculating? Why do you keep counting how many pages? My app does that for me, so I don't lose track as easily. But yeah, having 4 pages left is cool. So yeah, welcome back. Now here, do you know what is WWE? I'm watching the Royal Rumble, and the rules. So I don't know any rules about it's wrestling, right?
Yeah, it's world wrestling entertainment.
Right. I have no idea about the rules. Do you, Melanie?
Not really, no. I'm not. No, I don't watch wrestling. I barely watch any sports ever. Like,
I do enjoy some football. I do love watching the Super Bowl. I started enjoying watching football when my son started playing, and I started to understand the rules. And I was like, this is actually quite like strategic, and there's so many layers to this, and it's actually kind of fun watching this. The area that I live in, everybody here prefers soccer, so people are watching soccer a lot, but it feels like that is so not strategic compared to football, and it's so boring because everybody just is running after the ball and that's it. But yeah, football is really interesting to watch. So that's pretty much.
Football is probably the only thing that I really typically watch. It's a man soap opera. Wrestling is definitely a man soap opera because I actually was friends with a couple of people that were professional wrestlers, so I do know some of it. But it's a lot of show. It's a lot of acting. It's a lot of choreographed, planned out stuff. I know that much, but
respect for it. I mean,
it's a lot of work. But yeah, the only sport I ever really watch at all is football, and I don't do it on a regular basis. Like, I don't have a team that I root for, except for Sanders High School. But I like you learned the rules of football while Xander was playing like the little peewee little kid football, and now he's in high school and he doesn't play football. He's in the band, so he performs at the halftime show and stuff. But we still watch the game because, I mean, well, except for our team is not good. So usually we end up leaving after the halftime show just because our team's terrible. But I know the game and I understand the game and I like watching the Super Bowl. That's about it as far as any sports. I don't watch basketball or soccer or any of that.
I mean, honestly, it would be on my bucket list to see a professional football game. I've seen like the 12, 13-year-olds play, but that's just very different. It's fun, but then also it's in Germany and it's a very, very underdog sports. So the level of professionalism around it is just far, far away from what they're doing. But it was all about having fun. So that was good. I said my favorite sport is hockey, but I'm always down to watch the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, I don't resonate with hockey at all. Neither hockey or ice hockey. I don't know if with hockey you just mean like the traditional hockey or ice hockey.
Ice hockey.
Ice hockey. I was thinking that, yeah, because of the region that you're from and everything. It feels like ice hockey.
Yeah, if they're talking about Green Bay Packers, they're talking about ice hockey.
Exactly. That was my my train of thought there. All I know from ice hockey is what you see in like Hollywood movies, and that is really, really brutal.
Oh, it is. I've been to one game, and yeah, it very much is.
I think I've actually been to a game, but I don't remember anything from it because it was boring.
The things you see in the movies with people getting slammed up against the walls and stuff, yeah, that totally happens.
Not here, so I'll get. I guess if I'm going to be in the area in the US, I'm gonna have to see a real ice hockey game. So and yeah, I don't have a team either. I usually throughout the season when I'm watching football, I do like to root for underdogs, or when I notice a team that made really cool playing moves that really played well, I end up rooting for them in the Super Bowl. That's usually how it works for me.
I'll pick most of the time it's just I'll pick a random team, like, okay, I'm gonna cheer for this team. And Zaner will always pick the opposite team from me.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
So occasionally it'll be like if it's a team from somewhere where I've lived, then I'll be like, oh, okay, well then I'll cheer for that team. Like the Patriots, I would cheer for the Patriots and things like that. But if like the Titans ever got into the Super Bowl, I would cheer for the Titans because they're Tennessee. But they're not going to get to the Super Bowl.
I get that. I mean, that's mostly what a lot of sports is about, right? Like belonging to this area and rooting for something and that like
The
relates to.
hometown team.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same with
Plus,
soccer.
I know that a lot of we actually have a lot of people on the Titans that are from here, like specifically from Chattanooga. They went to the same school as Becca and all of that. So that's kind of cool. Like, oh yeah, this kid went to Becca's school with her, and heck, they went to her high school too. And he's on the Titans, which is pretty neat. So I would cheer for them. Actually, one of the guys, I think he's on the Patriots now, came from Chattanooga, and he went to Becca's college, which is pretty cool. Anyway, how do we get on sports? Oh, Nair. We're talking about WWE.
So sorry, no wrestling. Sorry.
So how long do we want to do our next reading sprint for?
I feel like I'm the wrong person to ask because I'm not enjoying the book and I want to get through it now. I do feel like I need to finish it. Probably more speed reading and less trying to understand it in depth, but it's still gonna take me probably another like 2 hours. But I'm thankful for more breaks than if I would be completely into the book. So I'm good with like a 20-minute, but if you want to do a 30-minute because you are into your book, I'm happy to do that as well.
Well, we can do 20 minutes. I'm going to switch to this one. So, all right, I got the time ready. Got my book ready.
Me too. Yoo-hoo.
Happy reading.
Happy reading.
That is time. This book is giving me a headache
Why?
because
Because to
it's just
what is
I'm enjoying it and I want to know what's going on, but there's so much going on and so much weird that it makes my head hurt. And I'm like having to I've had to look up how to pronounce things. I've had to look at what things mean. I'm just like, I don't know how a middle schooler was supposed to comprehend this book. My poor head.
well, as long as you're still enjoying it. But I get why you need breaks in between and read something else.
Yeah, I have 56 pages left.
Oh, you're gonna finish that soon. That's good.
Yes,
Yeah, I read another 38 pages, and it's just not getting any better. But at least I'm comprehending what's happening. I feel that's fair. And I can write a fair review, but there's so many elements that are just like, what? Like stones, and the stones have ghosts in them, and the ghosts can come out of the stones, and then the ghosts have gone and painted the creation that then our main character was like, oh, we were created, we didn't just appear. What? Yeah, no, it's very confusing. So Barbara has planted 4 trees. Yay! I
Good
definitely have
job.
to. I love that. I love that you're planting trees while you're reading with us. And we have completely misunderstood Naher. No, I meant WWE rules like they own it. So Naher didn't want to know the rules, but say that WWE rules. So sorry for completely misunderstanding what you wanted. I just got triggered by your question. Do you know WWE? And then the other stuff, I thought it was still your question. Yeah, my apologies for completely misunderstanding you.
We got on a whole sports tangent with that.
Yeah, we did. Amber, another 25 pages, and I'm excited to see where it goes. Yes, that's the mood that I like, and that I would really enjoy right now as well. But I have so many amazing books planned for February. February. I'm not even mad about just closing these out and then this like first day of the month excitement when you see your new TBR for the month. It's like, yay!
Oh, my TBR. Oh, I still need to I need to go through and plan what I'm going to read when, because that's the only way that I can accomplish as much as I can, as much as I do, because I plan it all out. Like, okay, this week I'm reading this week I'm reading this week I'm reading this, and okay, these I can get audiobooks for, these I have to physically read, and try to balance everything out. And then I have my buddy reads, and I'm not really sure how to balance out 27 books, but
I balance out a lot of books on a regular basis, and I usually go by the page count, and I divide up the page count over the 4 weeks, so that I have roughly the same page count per week. And I divide out. I look at the genres as well, so I don't have like only fantasy in the first week and only sci-fi in the second week, because that just messes with my head. And this way it narrows it down very quickly to what I read in which week.
I know at this point, I know the first 3, I think, books that I'll be reading in February, and they're the ones for my TBR knockout and for Buzzwordathon. For Buzzwordathon, I'm doing White Hot Kiss by Jennifer L. Armentrout.
So Abigail read 16 pages of These Violent Delights. I just read that in January. Why can't I say month names anymore? I don't know. You know what I mean. And I really wanted to love it. I didn't love it as much, but it was me. It was not the book. The book was really well written. Um, I just couldn't connect to it, but I see why this book gets so much love and completely deserved. Just wasn't for me, sadly. I was a little bit um, disappointed with myself for not liking it because it was like objectively good. Apparently, I have 63 pages left. Wow, that's very close to what Melanie still has to read. So you're both going to finish soon.
Fingers crossed.
Stag finally found a license that would fit with my Australian time zone. Are you guys going to stick around for a while? What time is it in Australia right now?
Well, just so you know, Stag, we do it here at the end of the month, and we do it on my channel on the 15th. So if this works for you, you can join us then too.
Yeah, and I don't know how long we'll stick around. We've been on for a couple of hours already.
5 hours.
I'm good to go for a little bit longer, but it completely depends on when Melanie just says, I'm out.
It's my goal to at least finish this during this. But at the same time, I think I need to switch to Kingdom of Ash for a few minutes because my brain needs to relax from this one. No, you know what? I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep going with this one.
Yeah.
Amber said we can do it, so I'm going to.
And Amber, oh yes, the first of the month excitement is real. I haven't set my TBR for February yet. I'm wondering if I can double up prompts for the Valentine's readathon. I didn't think to ask until today. Yeah, I'm doing the Valentine's as well, but honestly, I haven't even looked at the prompts before doing my TBR because with the amount of books I have, I usually find books that fit the prompts somehow. I'll have to double check. I hope I'm not completely wrong, but honestly, if I'm not going to fit a prompt or so, my TBR is set. I still have to film it. So I still have potentially wiggle room until the 2nd of February because that's when I'm going to film it because that's when one of the books that is on my TBR comes out. And I'm doing this format where I read the first sentence of a book and predict the rating. So I can't do that. So I can't film my TBR before the book comes out. So yeah, Amber says we can do it. So I guess we're gonna do it. How long do you want this sprint to be? So you have a little over 50 pages left.
Yeah. Let's just
2 sprints, right?
Yeah, 2 20 or 30-minute sprints.
Want to do a 31 and then see how much is left?
Sure. Let me change this time. All right.
All right. See you in a bit. Happy reading.
That is time.
And we're back. So, you look
Uh, I got 23 pages, I think. Yeah.
okay.
It's also gotten more religious. For one, there's something. Okay, so that one word that I said was like the bad guy kind of thing. It actually is from the Bible, meaning the enemy.
Oh, okay.
And the one I'm calling prognosis is like foresight and foreshadowing. And they also go to this place called Yada. And Yada is like Hebrew or whatever for praise or confessing your sins. And this part here that I lost my page. This part here, it says, when Sporos deepens, prognosis told Mr. Jenkins, it means that he comes of age. It means that he grows up. The temptation for Farandola or for man or for star is to stay an immature pleasure seeker. When we seek our own pleasure as the ultimate good, we place ourselves at the center of the universe. A Farah or a man or a star has its place in the universe, but nothing created is the center. And it talks about the patterns throughout creation. One child, one man can swing the balance of the universe. Yeah. But yeah, it's gotten.
Yeah, I feel like this is turning into a Bible study because I have marked a few things that I wanted to read to you about this book and why this is too religious for me. Let me just first, before we do that, so Amber said that's kind of my plan for the If You Got It, Read It 2021 challenge created by Sue and Megan Steinberg. I haven't heard of that challenge, but it sounds like I need to get in on that because If I Got It, Read It sounds exactly like what I need to do. So I will definitely need to check that out.
Also, if you're looking for more like year-long challenges, if you haven't seen it already, I actually have a TBR knockout challenge that's a year-long thing. Each month has a theme, and for each theme there are 2 challenges, and you read books that you already own.
Yeah, you should definitely check that out. So Kay just said when you need to split the screen of your computer because 2 bookish live shows are happening at the same time and you can't miss either of them. First world problems. Well, thank you for us being one half of the screen.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
So is the other one live reading sprints as well? And if so, are you getting any reading done or are you just hopping from talk to talk to talk?
She might be hopping from sprint to sprint to sprint.
That might be smart if you want to get reading done. Amber understands it as well. I'm so proud of you. I feel so like guilty now that I'm not planting any trees.
I'm not planting any trees either.
Only 18 pages left in Fables. Ooh, so that's going to be done in the next sprint. So,
Yeah.
the book that I'm reading currently, the title of the book is Wake. And now I always see these like awaken kind of pamphlets in front of me, you know, the like missionary,
Mm-hmm.
we want to awaken you to the God, etc. And I'm seeing that with the title now, and I'm like, cringe. But so I don't have anything against religion, but if you have and I also actually sometimes like when religion is playing a part in how it can be utilized for good or bad in the world. But in this, it is from the perspective of somebody who will probably turn to some type of person who will go and do like missionary work. And the bits that I was like, now, okay, this is not going to be it for me. So first, they were talking to some people who have a little bit more knowledge about the history, and they asked if she found the artist Monet because her first name is Monet, and she was trying to find out why is she called Monet, and she's like, yeah, the blind painter who didn't believe in God, but you do. I do. I mean, I think I do. What else could have coursed through Luke when he sculpted the angels? What else could have made a living angel? Yes, I do. I just don't know who he is. Your mother discovered God after she became pregnant with you. She never spoke of your father. And I'm like, no, this is not going to be like a Virgin Mary kind of thing, is it? Because I don't even know if people who are religious would like to see a Virgin Mary trope in a book. I don't know if that would hinge on
Yeah.
the blasphemy kind of. And then we have a few more quotes where it's like, when you were 2, your mother knew Knox painting had to have been from God. You, dear, you were named Monet in the hopes that you will bring truth to a blind city. Claude Monet was known as the painter of light, but you wear it. You've been crowned by God's flame. You are the one meant to rouse the city from sleep. I feel like I'm reading an Awaken Now into Religion kind of pamphlet.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you, I'm probably not going to continue with this series after having gotten through the first 2 books. I think that is where I will leave it because it's just not my thing.
It's okay. You can make that decision. Amber's going to check out the TBR Knockout Challenge. The other challenge is modeled after the Book Write Read Harder Challenge, 24 prompts over the year. I'll have to check that out too. I think that sounds interesting. No, the other is live streaming while creating thumbnails. So I'm listening to her during your sprints, then listening to you, two lovely ladies when you're chatting. Ah, that's so nice. I didn't know somebody was doing a live stream while creating thumbnails. That's interesting, though. I really enjoyed the Books and Lala video about thumbnails. Really,
Oh yeah, me too.
thinking I never, I didn't think about thumbnails as much, but I always was not satisfied with mine. And with the whole rebrand, I wanted to rebrand my thumbnails as well. So when that video hit, I was like, this is the exact time when I want to rebrand my thumbnails. So let's see which way I want to go for mine.
I think Kayla made everybody question their thumbnails. That's like everybody started talking about it on like Twitter and stuff, like wanting to change up their thumbnails and do something new. And I'm like, I can't tell you how many times I paused that video and started considering things to do with my thumbnails. But then I decided, you know what, I'm fine with my thumbnails.
I was questioning them already before, and it didn't fit with my rebrand. So it was just the perfect timing when I had already kind of selected mine, but then it felt like she was like, I know what you're doing, girl. Sometimes set a timer to watch them grow. I am wild. Yeah, I need to get in on the tree planting thing. Three Oaks Homeschool. Hey, it's Jennifer. Hi, Jen. Finishing my book tonight so we can start our buddy read tomorrow, Cici. I'm so excited for that. You guys are so motivating. Well, thank you. We're continuing the Mara Dyer trilogy. We read the first one together. And for me, that completely fell into the guilty pleasure type of book where I would say objectively probably not the biggest art piece out there, but I enjoyed it. I just enjoyed it so much. Probably because we also because we read it together, and I'm really looking forward to reading book 2 and 3 in February.
I have The Unbecoming of Mara Dyer on my extras, like my have I read it extras section, and yeah, I've had it for over 3 years now. I need to read it.
Well, let me tell you, this is a book where the page count is really misleading because you can fly through this book. I don't know how quickly we read through the first one, but it's one of my fastest reads in terms of time per page. It was really, really fast.
That's like the Hunger Games and Catching Fire. Those were super, super fast. I I reread those this month, and yeah, they were very fast.
I
But
mean,
they're like thick.
yeah, I mean, The Unbecoming of Mara Dyer is not a small book, but when you look inside, it's quite the large print and it's spaced out. So yeah, yeah, I think 4 days, but I mean, honestly, I can read a 1,000-page book in 4 days if I put the time into it. But I think let me just see what my app says with Mara Dyer, because that one was so super quick and it's not so long ago. So I should find it. So so pages per reading speed in pages per hour was 75. So 75 pages per hour was my average. I think that's pretty. So usually I would be around like 60 pages an hour is my average, and I think 75 is really fast. Well, for me at least. Okay, so how many pages do you have left? 20 something?
33.
Okay. So if we do another 30, are you going to be able to finish, or do we need a 41?
Let's do a 40-minute.
Okay. I mean, Amber, you're going to probably finish halfway through then, if not sooner. You only had a couple of pages left, right?
Or we can do a 30. I might be able to get it because there's some pages that are like this. So
Well, let's hope it's not a list of fancy things you have to look up.
I know I was having to look up things during that. I don't know if you see me like getting over on my phone. I'm like, what is this? What is this?
Well, honestly, if it's on the last 2 to 3 pages, I could also be like, yeah, I'm not going to be bothered anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we doing? 30 minutes?
Sure.
All right. Happy reading.
Happy reading. friends are back.
I have 2 pages.
Oh no! Oh no! You should just go and read them.
Yep, I'm gonna read them. Let's see what everybody said. I am. The farther I got, the least impressed I've become. It's just not for me.
Well,
But
then,
I have 2 pages left, so I'm going to finish it. I mean, at this point, I'm not DNFing it.
yeah,
You know what? I DNF it. No, I'm joking.
honestly, that would be the best DNF that I've ever witnessed. So I would kind of applaud you for it.
DNF it with 2 pages remaining. No, I'm going to finish it.
Yeah.
Finished Fables, moving on to Doctor Who.
Moving on to Doctor Who for time. Okay,
We talk. I'm going to read.
That's interesting. I do like Doctor Who. I haven't watched all the series. I've just watched a few, and I really enjoyed it. Is that a graphic novel, or is that a full-on book? I'm really interested in that. And is it leaning on a certain doctor, or is it completely different? A book based on the show. Okay. I'm going to look it up right now. Barbara, I don't think that she's going to be taking that 50 cents to DNF.
With 1 page remaining. DNF.
Oh, then it's down to 25. So just
I just got here reading The Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time. Yes, Rachel. What book are you on? Are you on the first one, or are you on the later one? I just reread the first one in January after I got to the 4th one end of last year. And I decided I need to get back to the I just wanted to get back and reread Eye of the World after understanding the world a little bit better, because I felt like I have missed so many bits and pieces in the first book while I was still getting into the world, and it was such a good decision to reread the first book. I enjoyed it so much more. Yeah, how are you liking it, and where are you at with the Wheel of Time? I really want to get through the series before the TV show hits, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get through all 14 books before it starts. Hi, Amanda. Amber says it's a novel. They're kind of like bonus episodes. This one's with the 11th Doctor, Amy and Rory. Oh, that sounds interesting.
Done.
Yay!
I think I would probably give this like 2.5 stars. It was okay. It hurt my brain, made me feel stupid, and it's supposed to be for middle schoolers. I don't get it.
Honestly, I don't think Awake is going to get that much better of a rating. I still have to think about it, but I'm just wondering. The only reviews that I see out there are so positive that I'm actually wondering. I've been wondering that for a while now. I think that there's a lot of people who get the NetGalley arcs and just automatically rate them well, like more towards a 4 to 5 stars, even if they didn't like it as much, because they potentially feel like they might get more of their requests accepted if they have positive reviews. That's just what I was thinking, because I'm always so surprised that there's until the release date, and most of them are arcs that are being reviewed, that the reviews are so much better. Rachel's reading it for the first time. Definitely a lot going on. Yes. It's a very rich world. That's kind of what I love about the Wheel of Time. It's an incredibly rich world, and there's so many layers to this world, and I'm just in awe with everything. One thing that I personally, what my favorite thing about Wheel of Time is the yin and yang kind of setup between men and women, and how Jordan wrote the women's place in this world, which is a very strong position, a very equal position, sometimes a stronger position than the man's position, and but it's not written in a hey, look how I'm writing a feminist book kind of way. I feel like that's something that gets on my nerves a lot, where whenever we have strong female characters, or we have a world where females are considered the strong gender or an equal gender, then it gets highlighted so much. But in Wheel of Time, it just is that way. And that is something that I love in books, when an author achieves that in the world that he's writing, it just is that way. Also, I love the diversity in this book that just feels natural and right. And yeah, there's so many amazing things. I could talk about the Wheel of Time for like way too long.
For all of time. Wheel of Time, for all of time.
Only 50 pages in, the size has intimidated me for so long. Same with the Brandon Sanderson's the Stormlight Archive. What helped me was to just say, okay, I'm going to read this book in this month, and then I space it out throughout the month and say, okay, every day I have 50 pages to read, and then it didn't feel so intimidating anymore. And once you're into it, it's much, much easier.
I still have like 500 pages of this book.
I need to read Wheel of Time. My husband has it. Yes, you do. I agree. You have to read that. Amber's celebrating you, Melanie, for finishing. Rachel, a lot of people say that his female characters are amazing for their strength and how normalized he makes it. I hope I love it. Yes, definitely. The female characters is one thing that amazes me the most. And then the diversity. I think especially considering when this was written, I mean, this is not something that was just written a year ago. The first books were written in the 1990s, and they are a foundation what today's fantasy is kind of built on in a lot of for a lot of people. So a lot of fantasy authors learned from Jordan, and I'm always thinking, couldn't you have learned more from him? He already did it in the 90s, and you're still doing things differently now. Like with the equality, with the diversity, a lot of things. And yeah, there's so many layers to it. I felt the first time reading Eye of the World, I had a really hard time getting into it because this world was so rich. I can recommend, if you have trouble getting into it, either find a buddy read. If you want to move on to the next one, I'm happy to buddy read the next one with you because I want to read the second, third again. Otherwise, what I can recommend is there's a ton of podcasts out there that discuss the books, so that also helps getting into the world a little bit better because it's tough getting into it. I keep putting off my big reads, Les Miserables, because I want to meet other reading goals. Yeah, I get that too. Are you making us jealous, Melanie? I don't
Nobody brought this to me.
That's not fair.
I'm like, I get to eat some ice cream while listening to my audiobook.
So, Amber, what are the reading goals that you're trying to meet? Is it like the amount of books, and when you read a big book, you could read two smaller books at the same time? Daniel Green is one what? I'm sorry. I mean, I love Daniel Green, and Daniel Green is the reason
I think
why
there's something missing there. Like, I don't know.
Well, he's a person who can also talk about the Wheel of Time forever. So I don't know. Does he have? I don't know if he has a podcast, if that's what you mean. But he has a lot of stuff on the Wheel of Time on his channel as well. I finished this in a good timely manner. I'll definitely see if you still want to buddy read. Yeah, well, if you want to continue with the series, I'm absolutely happy to buddy read it. It just makes this experience so much richer. Same, Rachel. I'm jealous of
Cheers.
Melody's ice cream. Daniel Green has a podcast. I didn't know Daniel Green had a Wheel of Time podcast. Well, oh yeah, he does have something, but I don't know if he has a podcast where they are talking chapter by chapter, book by book. I know that he talks about a lot of different things, Wheel of Time. I'm not sure if he also has a podcast talking about the TV show coming out. He has a lot Wheel of Time stuff, but I don't know if he has a podcast talking about talking through each book. Yeah, Rachel, that is exactly why I started reading The Wheel of Time as well. He made me interested and he just sold it to me. And after reading it, I fully have to agree. As I said, especially the way the strong female characters are normalized. That's actually something that I also would love to see in queer books more. I see a lot of books that are saying, well, we have great LGBTQ rep, but then the way they write it in the book, it still feels like being queer is not the normal thing. And I just wish we would have more books that normalize these things. I completely understand needing books that talk about the experiences and what people have to go through when they have to fight for their rights, etc. But I want to see more books normalizing stuff because I personally feel this is the only way that we get this to be normalized in our society if we start treating it as something normal. So yeah, I wish we had that more. And but that reading more books in the same time, but also books fulfilling readathon goals generally. Yeah, the bigger books are hard for readathon goals. So if you have like a week-long readathon and you have 7 prompts or something, putting like a 1,000-page book on there is probably not gonna do it.
Unless, of course, it completes several challenges. Like if you're double, tripling, quadrupling up, then maybe.
Yeah, that's true. But I also, for some reason, I do not personally like doubling up on challenges. I totally respect other people doing it, but me personally, it just feels wrong for me.
Oh, I'm the same way. I totally, not that it feels wrong. Like I tell everybody when I'm hosting readathons, I always say, please feel free to double, triple, quadruple up if you want. Me personally, I do try to complete 1 book for every challenge, but it's not. I'm like, it's not required. You don't have to.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Amber talking about having too many books I was currently reading. I was there too. I think I've gotten a lot better, but that is a problem because honestly, if I start too many books, I lose where I was in the first book, and having too many books at the same time. And I mean, what is too many? I can do 3, 4 at the same time if they're like different genres or very different setting. But I have confused Wheel of Time and the Stormlight Archive not only once or twice. I have confused bits and pieces out of these. When I hit a milestone or like a twist or something, a big revelation in one of the books, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is because this. And like, no, that's a completely different world and a completely different book that you're connecting this to right now. So no, the twist that happened did not happen. I once read The Dragon Republic in 24 hours and I almost died. Oh, I can
Yeah, that's a
relate.
big book.
Um, my 650 pages, my eyes almost fell. Honestly, I think I could only do that if I would also read it on audiobook, so that if I within the 8-9 hours that this probably at least takes, if not 12, 13, I can go cook, go have a bio break, go walk around, and just rest my eyes for a moment. I don't think I could actually read 650 pages straight looking at a book. Could you, Melanie?
No, probably not. Like, I mean, I think I would probably fall asleep. Not, I mean, even if it was a book that I was interested in, I think it would just tire my eyes out looking at a book for that long without stopping. And I mean, plus you got to get up and go to the bathroom, and that requires. I mean, I'm not taking my book typically with me, so. But I mean, if I'm like, it's different now if I'm like listening to an audiobook.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm listening to an audiobook, yeah, I can sit for a long time and read, but continue the book while doing something else, or just heck, the day I did Hunger Games and Catching Fire, I like read all of Hunger Games and almost all of Catching Fire in the same day. But I was like listening to the audiobooks while I was sanding cabinets. So
Yeah, I also get really quick into books when I'm listening on audiobooks when I'm driving for a couple of hours for something. I love just getting into the mind and you're just in this world, or hiking. I love listening to an audiobook, especially fantasy, when the characters are going on a quest when I'm hiking. It just feels like the hike feels so much more epic.
it's like
When
you're going on a quest too.
Yes. Maybe when I join you two next, I'll just work. I think that's a very good idea, Amber. You're just going to join our live shows on the 15th and the last day of the month. And every time you're going to join the live show, you're going to work on Les Miserables. I think that's.
And you'll tackle it a little chunk at a time.
Yeah.
Eventually you'll get it.
Exactly. There's no pressure to finish it in a certain time frame, right? I couldn't find it on audio from my library, unfortunately. I read it all physically and it was hard. Yeah, I totally get that. I try to get all my books as an audiobook as well, but it's actually quite hard to get books or audiobooks for me at the library because their section of English new releases is almost zero, and even a lot of old releases I can't even get. So I'm relying on something like Script and my Audible stuff. So, but I get a lot of audiobooks through that. So that's I can't complain. Audiobooks like cleaning are game changers. Yes, agreed. Although I don't clean much anymore. Not that I'm dirty, but the first thing when I was able to afford it is that somebody comes at my house and cleans once a week.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting ready to do that, but it's going to be like once every other week, and I'm so excited.
I just feel like after I try to clean certain areas like windows, the floor, it looks worse before than it looks worse after than before because I just suck at cleaning. I still like do a little cleaning every day, like in the kitchen, those areas that get dirty every day. But the whole apartment, that just gets done once a week. Yeah, you can read Les Miserables. That is an awesome idea. Hiking while, yes, especially those really when they're like the trope of traveling and to the next stage through a dark forest, going into the forbidden forest or something. That while hiking, I love it. I think I actually read the Forest on my last hike. Yeah.
I don't recommend reading like a creepy, ghosty kind of story while walking through the forest.
Well, if it's a light and sunny day, it's okay. But if you get to the point where it potentially gets dark, no.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend reading Whispering Pines while doing that, because there is like creepy woods and stuff in Whispering Pines, and this bad stuff happens like during the day. So
The Eye of the World is perfect for this because there's a lot of traveling. So one thing about the Eye of the World, there's a lot of homage to Tolkien. So if you like Lord of the Rings, you will most likely like Eye of the World. Potentially think that a lot of it is copied. But Jordan flat out pretty much said, I'm paying homage to Lord of the Rings, and it's so super interesting. I've listened to some podcasts about Eye of the World when I did my reread, and just the discussion about how Tolkien was a World War veteran, and Robert Jordan was a Vietnam veteran. So they have kind of different experiences and worldviews, and how these two backgrounds are displayed in Lord of the Rings and Wheel of Time, and how these worldviews are differentiating the way that they describe war, the way that they describe going on a quest. There's a scene in the very beginning of Wheel of Time where our main character is fleeing into the woods, and the way that they describe it, the way it's described, sounds a lot like the guerrilla wars in Vietnam, and you can really hear the experiences from it. So I can totally recommend looking into some podcasts, because it just, I would not have known that, and it just, yeah. Boom, problem solved. I'm really enjoying it, but it's 1,468 pages and I'm easily overwhelmed. I totally would be overwhelmed too. I mean, I just read a 1,300 page book, but I would still be very, very intimidated by this one. I think it's also a very different type of feel. The 1,300 book that I read was the second in the Stormlight Archive. And I feel like that is easier to digest than Les Miserables. I don't think I actually would want to tackle Les Miserables. It's not my cup of tea, but you can do it. I would die for someone to clean my house. I have a baby, 2 cats, a dog. Oh my God, yes, that sounds like a lot.
I have a teenager, 4 cats, and 2 dogs.
I just have a teenager, but it feels like several cats and dogs in one. My teenager cooks himself, so he does his own meals every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So you can imagine how the kitchen looks every single day. When I get up and look at the kitchen, it's a mess. It's a big mess every day. But yeah, when I was in the situation that I had a baby and I really could have needed somebody, I was able to afford it. I'm just very, very glad that now I'm in a place where I can. And I can offer the opportunity for somebody who needs the money too. Your hike would turn into a speed run. Yeah, potentially. So maybe those no recommendations are good recommendations if you want to get your hike done faster.
You know, it's funny. When I saw her say that, I have this app, and it's called Zombie Run. And so it sounds like you're listening to a podcast or some kind of thing like that. But then it's like, starts talking to you, and there's this, something's happened, and they can see you, and they're like, okay. It tells you like when there's zombies like coming towards you, and then you're like, you gotta hurry, speed up. And if you like your tempo is too slow, it'll like let you know that they're getting closer and getting closer, and you can hear, like, I'm doing it with like earbuds in, and you can hear the breathing on the back of your neck kind of thing. You think it's too close, and it's like, I'm gonna run a little faster.
I think it's super fun. It works really well if you have your own music playlist. But since I tend to listen to audiobooks, it didn't work with audiobooks so well for me. I just got messed up with the two storylines and I couldn't do it anymore. I'm glad that I'm making you excited to keep reading, Rachel, because it's really good, but it took me a while to get into it. And I know how I struggled in the beginning, but I'm so excited about it now. And as I said, the podcast really helped getting my excitement even more up because I started noticing things that I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. Barbara's asking if you like Outlander. Did you read or did you watch? Did you read it all?
I haven't watched the show at all. But I have read the first, like 2 books, I think, maybe 3, and really enjoyed it. So I want to watch the show.
So you haven't watched the show yet? Yeah, I only started watching the show, but I started losing interest at one point, and I don't know why. Maybe because it just got a little bit too much focused on the relationship. I was like, is something else happening still here? Because
But
I
also,
need help them.
they're big books too. They're all like over 1,000 pages.
Yeah, I have enough of those in my life, so I wasn't interested in Limit until I fell in love with the musical. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. And you are going to read it just over the next couple of reading sprints. You're going to finish it. So I'm not saying the next couple of reading sprints today, but I mean the reading sprint shows. The next ones, you're going to tackle that beast, and we're going to cheer you on.
Mm-hmm.
Every single show, we're going to ask Amber, how's Les Miserables?
Rachel's next comment.
Do you know teenagers?
I think, yes, teenagers can help with chores. However, to be honest, I think they cause more damage than they do help.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Xander can do certain chores, but like, okay, he does all this mess and then this much in chores.
Mm-hmm.
And
this much in chores.
Messed up, but then there's more getting messed up, and then this much in chores.
And the chores that they do oftentimes
have to be redone.
Yeah, and they cause so much pain because you have to get, I mean, just because he's capable of doing them doesn't mean he's doing them. So it's usually a lot of pain getting him to do it, and a lot of I said it. You said you're going to do it in a moment. 12 hours ago, it's still not done. Yes, I said in a moment. Discussing about when it should be done. Discussing a discussion and resetting the rules and expectations.
And why does it really need to be done?
Yeah, and then once they've done it, you go and check, and you're like, ugh. Could you do it any like worse? Like, for example, one of the main things that I want my son to do is clean up after himself after he cooked. So he would take a really wet cloth and just wipe it once over the stove. We have like looks like an induction field stove, and it's dripping wet, and all the edges are still dirty. I'm like, and when I tell him, well, will you do it? He's like, but I did it. It's more discussion than anything. I like Outlander, but none of the sequels I've read so far. You're gonna get to them. Les Miserables first, and then Outlander. I did like the Les Mis movie, but I know I would never like the book. Yeah, I think I would be the same. I haven't seen the movie, but I think I'm going to put that movie on my playlist, so I'm more informed. So that's my homework until the next show. So I'm informed about Les Miserables. We're on Voyager. Yeah, I don't know about the new Les Miserables movie. The music is not the best in the beginning. I highly recommend watching or just listening to the 10th anniversary recording. So is there a new and an old movie, or is there only a new movie that you wouldn't recommend? Because, as I said, this is not my homework to brush my knowledge up on. Rachel's laughing with us. Easier to just do it yourself. Yes, Bridget. Yes, Bridget. You got it. But you want to teach them to be responsible. So you put in the work, even though
want to wring their neck the entire time, but
it would be much easier for me to just wipe it and be done with it. But it would be probably a 5-minute chore for me, but it turns into a 1 to 2 hour chore for me to get him to do it properly. But he needs to learn. Got an 18-year-old and a 24-year-old. Wait, Bridget, you're telling me it's not over at 18 and 24?
Well, I mean, when they move out, it's
yeah. Well, I'm expecting my son to move out at age 17, so I know it's early, but
Becca, my daughter, she moved out pretty right away, like from around 18, but no, maybe 19. Xander, however, he's going to be here like he's going to be the one that's here till he's 30.
well, you secretly love that, don't you?
Oh yeah.
So can't be worse than my fiance. He cleans and then I have to redo it. So Rachel, I would challenge if that is a tactic of his to kind of teach you that to not bother asking him to do stuff. I have seen men doing this, so I mean, I've also seen women doing it, but not new, but newest. Okay, so there are several. I do, but I get tired of fussing. Yeah, I get that. Same. The one with Hugh Jackman, they used to record the soundtrack live while filming Approach. Ouch. Mm. Yeah, no, I get how that. Yeah, I get that. But that sounds like there's several different movies. Is there one that you can recommend so I can brush up on my knowledge before the 15th? Oh no, he generally thinks he's helping. Oh,
He's proud of what he did.
he'll be like, look, I cleaned this today, and I'm like, oh, thanks, and then I clean it behind his back. Oh my gosh. I wonder if so. He's your fiance, right? I wonder how long that will last into the marriage until this just change. This dynamic changes. Bridget, Bill Cosby said once in his stand-up that men mess up on purpose just to get the women to step in and do it. His words, not mine. But I believe, well, honestly, I believe women do that too. Women potentially do it more with other stuff, with, oh, that's so heavy. And I can't say, it's not like I haven't done that before. So, yeah. But we both do it, so it ends up being fine. I just told your husband he is so pretty to clean, so stop. What?
I just told you, husband, he is too pretty to clean. I think she says I just told my husband he's too pretty to clean. So stop. Barbara, she told her husband he's too pretty to clean. So stop. Marty's like,
His mother babied him, and now I'm paying the price. He's a good egg, though. Well, I hope he's a good egg. If he's your fiance, I hope he's a good egg. I mean, otherwise you would be making a mistake. So A for effort, F for execution. Well, but if he was babied and now he's really trying, there's potentially still a learning curve. So maybe it gets better.
Maybe you could teach him how you actually want it.
I'm single, so I can't do it often, but I also now have arthritis, so I generally need the help. Oh, I feel that. I'm so sorry that you're going through this. I just got diagnosed with early stages of arthritis in my knees, and I got so scared that I can't hike anymore. The pain that I had in my knees was beyond everything that I thought would happen with arthritis. So I feel you. I was surprised how much pain it actually is. It's a bit longer, but it's the best soundtrack. So, which one is the one with the best soundtrack now? I'm confused again.
I think the newest one.
No, the newest one was the one that wasn't good, right? Amber, just tell me what to watch, please.
I have 500 pages left of this book. Actually, a little over 500 pages. I only read 3. Huh?
You wanted to finish that today, right? I don't think that's happening.
Not by midnight, no. Because that means I have about 2 hours
before you go to sleep. I have autoimmune disease, so I have a multitude of issues. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Along with issues outside of that, I'm a walking mess. Well, if you're a walking mess, means you're at least still walking. It might sound a little weird, but I think that if you can still walk, that's huge. I was so scared with the pain in my knees, and I can't complain because overall I'm very good shape. But I got so scared that I couldn't go on hikes anymore. So just this scare, I'm very grateful that I can still walk. I tried to post a link, but it didn't work. You know what, Amber? You can post the link under the live show in the comments. I think you can post a link in the live chat, but as soon as we close the live show and the video is saved, then the normal comments that you can find under a YouTube video are opening up, and then you can post it in there. There you can post links. I think it's to try and avoid spammers, because the live chat isn't moderated, but as a YouTube channel owner, you can moderate your comments and delete comments that are not okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in Matthew McConaughey's book, did he talk about the movie A Time to Kill?
I'm trying to remember. If he did, I think it was a small part. Oh no, he did. I remember. Yeah, he did.
It just came to her. You know, when you see when you see the light bulb going off in somebody's mind, when you can like literally see it, we just had that moment.
She's talking about the book Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey, and it's such a good book. It's the first book I finished this year and gave it 5 stars. It was amazing.
Good to know. I'm not complaining. I just joke about it. I try not to let myself be down too much about it. I think that's a very good attitude, and don't think that I was saying you're complaining. I just didn't want to come off as I'm complaining, because generally I'm in good shape, so I can't complain. My life is quite good right now. It sounds like you could complain, but I congratulate you for not doing it. Honestly, I think life is just better if you don't complain and if you try and see the positives. Since I started doing that, I got so much more content and happy with everything, and I am able to work through the hardships of life much easier by just thinking about what is the positive that I got out of it. And I even applied that to my to when my husband left me, which was really hard on me. But understanding what the positives I got out of that relationship made me be able to cope with it really well, and that changed me for the better. If you want the story, I think the non-musical with Liam Neeson is a decent movie, but I haven't seen it since I was much younger. If you look up Liam's 10th anniversary full concert, best music. Okay, but there's nothing that combines the music with the movie as a story where I can get both at once. And it's where I can get both at once and it's good. Barbara said he starred in it. Did Matthew McConaughey star in? No. About the movie Time to Kill. Oh yeah, that's what it was about. So, Melanie, what are you thinking? You're done with your book. Did you want to get back into Kingdom of Ash? Did you want to do one more sprint, or did you want to call it a day? It's gotten quite late.
Yeah, it's up to you. I'm good either way. I'll
I'm at
probably still listen to some of this tonight anyway, but if you want to call it a night, we can do that because I know it's significantly later for you.
Yeah, but I'm still quite awake, and I want to finish awake before I go to sleep, because if I don't, then it would be tomorrow. um, and I want to finish another book as well. So I'm at 85%, and I could potentially finish it in the next sprint. So I would do at least one more to get through this book, and maybe, yeah, maybe I would even be up for two more to just get into a more something that I enjoy more as an ending.
So how long do you want to go?
I'm good with 30. You probably can, but I haven't seen them all. I Google and there's a version from the 50s that's supposed to be good. Okay, I'll check that out. So let's do another 30 and then see if I'm through Wake.
Alrighty. Happy reading.
Happy reading. And that's time. We're back. I am done. When you are reading a book that you don't like, and that just does not get better, it actually gets worse. And at 95%, you realize you're actually done because the rest is a sneak peek for the next book. And you're like, yes!
Congratulations! You made it.
Yeah, no, that was, it was getting really, really preachy, and that was just too cringy. Actually, I would enjoy buddy reading this with somebody who's really religious. In religious, I mean, in a religion that believes in Jesus, because Jesus is referenced quite a lot in here. And I would like to buddy read it, even though I didn't like it. I would enjoy a buddy read to understand how they experience this book as a religious person. I think that would open up a different narrative for me. Rachel wished us good luck. Carol, T Reads just joined us. Hello, just found your channel through these sprints and I can't wait to read with you. Welcome. We're having these sprints on the 15th on Melanie's channel and on the last day of the month on my channel. So hope you'll join us back when we're having these sprints again. Until then, we have a lot of nice videos that can keep you busy until then. Thank you, Amber. I feel so relieved that I'm done.
I managed to get through 36 pages of mine.
That's good. That's really good. I read them so slowly for some reason. Which book is it? Okay, you're referencing the book that I read that I didn't like. It's called Wake by Sherry Rossman. It is marketed as a dystopian. They live in a very controlling environment and learn the truth. Kind of the way it's marketed gives you a The Giver vibe, which I was totally here for. But it very quickly went into the direction of religion and art is forbidden. And the person who then realizes the truth realizes that God is the truth, and now she's going out and preaching and trying to convert everybody in this town to believe in God, which still could be an interesting narrative, but the way it's done, it was just a little bit too preachy and too religious for me. I got through 3% of I'll Be Gone in the Dark by Michelle McNamara. 3% is good. I think I've heard about this book before. Do you like it? How did everybody else do who's still reading? Rachel, I don't know where you're at, but I'm assuming that if you were at like page 50, you potentially have read chapter 4, because I need something good in my life after reading Wake. I just got my Eye of the World copy, and I still need to annotate half of it. And my copy looks like the first half looks a little bit like this. And in chapter 4, what is really, really cool, what I did not know before listening to the podcast, the Gleeman talks about all the stories that he could tell. And these are actually references to things that happened in reality. And if you know that, I feel like that was getting so cool. So, for example, he's talking about, I have all the stories and I will tell all stories. Tales of Mosk the Giant with his lance of fire that could reach around the world. That's referencing the Cold War. So Mosk the Giant is Moscow. With a lance of fire in the Cold War, that's referencing nukes. And then Tales of Therese the Healer, Mother of the Wondrous Ind, is Mother Teresa in India. And I just thought that was such a cool like Easter egg. I loved it. So I think I will read like a chapter and annotate it before going to bed, because I need something good in my life. I started reading Les Mis. Yes, that's commitment. Getting right to it. Got 7 pages in and stopped to make a note in my reader's journal just before the break. Okay, I love it. I love that you did it. Currently on page 293. Awesome. What's my annotation approach? So for I don't annotate a lot, to be honest. I just annotated this because this is becoming a traveling book that I'm sending to other people to read before they send it back to me. I have in here made the decision to annotate in yellow when it's foreshadowing. The purple is where there's like notes for gender, so all the gender topics. And green is the Tolkien versus Jordan or paying homage to something. So, for example, I marked things where he would talk about the war and how he would place the war. He would say things like man killing man, war and madness, whole nations torn by battle, and cities and towns put to the torch. The dead fell like autumn leaves, and refugees clogged the roads like sheep in a pen. That's a way that somebody, then here, in wars, boy, fools kill other fools for foolish causes. That is a very Vietnam vet way of talking about the war and not a very World War One vet type of thing. So yeah, that's my approach. And then I just have my reactions in a pink pen with smileys and saying, I like that, or he's a fool kind of thing. Okay, it's okay. I think I'll probably end up rating it 3 stars. I dislike how it jumps around in his crimes timeline. I would have enjoyed it better if it was discussed in a chronological manner. Yeah, I think it's it can go either way with jumping a timeline. Sometimes I like that better, and sometimes it messes with my head.
So I just calculated it up, and I read 154 pages to finish A Wind in the Door. And I managed to read 111 pages of Kingdom of Ash during our sprint. So not terrible.
Yeah, I read the whole book Wake, which was 238 pages. So I'm satisfied with that as well. I got 160 pages read of my book, not counting the one I finished. That's really good.
And I know she grew at least like 5 trees.
That's true. Next time we're all growing trees. I'm very, very satisfied with what we've reached. One thing that I really had to, during the last sprint, I looked at the time that we've been live and was like, yeah, I remember Melanie saying, we're not going to be on for 6 hours again. Well, I guess you were right.
I know, we're at 7.5 hours now.
Yeah.
But the big thing was we were not going to stay and chat for another 6 hours after the live show. Because last time we ended at 6.5 hours, which was like 9:30 my time, but then we literally kept talking for like 4 more hours.
Yeah, that was too much.
Yeah.
It was the first time that we finally chatted in like, how long have we connected and said we want to do something together and just briefly chatted. It's been over a year.
Well, we've kind of like talked to each other and like commented on each other's videos and stuff. I think for the most part, since we both started on YouTube, because we both started almost around the same time, I think. When did you start your channel?
I think it was November. Is it 2000? Yeah, November 2017 or 2018. I don't remember.
17.
I think 17, yeah.
It was 17. It definitely wasn't 18 because I started August of 2017. So we started really close to each other.
Yeah.
And it's funny because of how our channels have changed over the years and stuff.
And how similar we stayed in what we focused on in a way. And I don't know. it's just a very good match. And
Yeah. It's also really funny because of how our channel names have changed, even because I was subscription obsession and she was subscription box addict. And now we're both like incorporated our names into like this is our life now.
yeah, I
Not
got rid of
one thing.
negative, potentially hurtful label of like obsession, addict, etc. Learned a lot about that, so got rid of that.
Yeah, for me, it was I wanted to incorporate. I didn't want my thing to be just one thing, not just this, not just that. I didn't want it to be just boxes or just books. I wanted it to be just me and all the stuff I like. Completely Melanie.
Yeah. No, I get that. And I mean, my rebranding was parts of learning that calling myself an addict in this area could potentially be hurtful to others, even though I understand my narrative and still do consider that I had something like a mild addiction to getting these boxes, but to some compared to somebody who potentially has lost a lot of like stuff in their life, relationships and stuff due to an addiction, it's probably not a good thing to make these words a positive label. Sort of, and I do get that, but then additionally to that, having the subscription boxes in my name when I need to cut back on my subscriptions with where my channel is going in the future, and potentially not be reviewing them anymore so much, and trying to cut down on the crap that I'm hoarding in my house, it just needed to. The brand needed to change.
Yeah, I literally, let's see, August, September, October, November. I only kept that name, Subscription Obsession, for 4 months. And
Yeah,
on January of 2018, I changed it to Completely Melanie.
Yeah, I should have done that a lot sooner as well, but I was focusing on subscription boxes a lot longer as well. Like the main thing was subscription boxes, and I did not branch out on a lot of other stuff. So that carried me through the first 2 years, I think. And then beginning of 2020, the changes started happening. Yeah. So 7.5 hours.
Yeah. I think tonight, I'm going to call it tonight because Xander has to go to school in the morning. And granted, I don't have to get up with him in the morning, but Marty will be getting up with him in the morning. And so I don't want to be disturbing Marty when he's trying to go to sleep and stuff.
No, I totally get that.
Yeah, Marty is luckily for me, he doesn't have to work tomorrow. He's off. So he's being very kind, and on his day off, he's waking up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to get the boy up and ready for school. So I don't have to.
Oh, that is really nice.
Very, very nice.
Yeah. I'll write my reviews and read a chapter and annotate a chapter in Eye of the World, so I have a good finish for the night.
Yeah, so you can end on a positive.
Yes. Yes.
And Amber says this was a good reading day. I'm glad you joined us.
Yes.
I hope you come and join me and her on my channel on the 15th. It'll be another fun, probably another long night.
That was really
both days of the month. Like I have all of my stuff scheduled out, and both days, the 15th and the last day of the month, I have them like blank because I'm like, this is all I'm doing.
Yeah, I have the day after blank because I'm gonna need to sleep.
I have the day after busy because I know I've got to like anything I've was supposed to do today has been put off till tomorrow. So tomorrow I have filming and editing to do.
I still have to. So tomorrow, my next manga video is due to be published. So my manga recommendations for beginners video series, and I haven't read the manga yet that I want to. So I still need to read the manga, film it, and edit it and publish it tomorrow. So that's going to be tomorrow for me.
Well, enjoy that.
I will. I won't be able to join until later on weekdays. I totally get that, and it's going to be weekdays sometimes, and sometimes it's going to be on the weekends. I think the 15th is a Monday.
Yeah. And then the 28th is a Sunday again.
So it's a Sunday again. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's in March. The 15th is a Monday as well. But the 31st is Wednesday.
Yeah.
So it'll just be different every time, almost.
Yeah, we'll get into a rhythm, and whenever you can join. I mean, you don't always have to stay for 7.5 hours. Anytime you can with us, I'm happy to see you. I was really, really happy to see you today, as everybody else, of course. So yeah, I'd say we'll call it night. Thank you all for joining. I hope I'll see you again on the 15th on Melanie's channel, or in between watching our videos.
True.
And I hope I'll see you again real soon. Until then, bye.
Bye.